You did it off camera, I'll
Welcome
do
to
it
this
on camera.
Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone, from Horseshoe Indianapolis, alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. We're pumped for our racing program.
Pumped.
All main track card. We're off the turf.
Sorry, guys.
But we wrap up this little 3-day stretch. We'll talk more about Empire of Hope. That's happening here on Saturday night in just a moment. But yesterday, Mother Nature again stamping her mark here on the season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We made it through 5. We had 5 races yesterday. We went from muddy to fast, and then it just poured, and we had a sloppy track, and then we canceled after the 5th race, taking nothing away from a very impressive performance that we had on the card yesterday. But back at it today, and we start off with a muddy main track.
Yeah, me and Darren were talking about it. He, covers us for Twin Spires, and I get that it sucks, you guys. I really do. But when you really think about it, the dirt is I was just talking to Tony. Darby and I went on the backside to talk about his Defender, the GPR, ground penetrating radar. The dirt is not like it is down south, even Kentucky. I mean, I grew up there, and it's a lot denser, and under that grass is really soft. That's why we grow so many crops here. So people are comparing us to down in Kentucky and other turf courses and Colonial and everything, but we have a very long meet comparable to everyone. No one has a meet this long, so we're not going to tear it up just right after it rains and then lose that lane for God knows how many months it would take. So I know I defend my guys all the time. I defend the placing judges, I defend the trackmen, but they don't have their own voice to do so. So just remember, it does suck. I'm just going to talk blatantly. It does, but I mean, you guys saw the video. It was buckets yesterday. I mean, you couldn't even see.
Colonial Downs runs a couple of months.
Right.
Then you consider the Kentucky circuit. By the time we Start running in April, that's Keeneland Spring.
See?
Then there's Churchill Spring. And then there's Ellis Park, and then there's Kentucky Downs, and then there's Keeneland Fall, and then there's Churchill Hole. And we're still running.
Exactly. And we ran through all that. You guys got breaks. We ran through the whole thing. So, yeah.
Always Horseshoe.
Yeah, as always. But anyway, so we'll make the best of it. You know what? I actually really like my late pick 4 ticket today, and if we have some extra time, I can go over it really quick. I didn't put it on the schedule because I wasn't sure what time we had, but I really like it today. Yeah, so I mean, even though there's scratches, I think the last 2 legs, our last 2 races were pretty chalky. I am just a jinx if I single a horse, so you could get my ticket down even more. But anyway, I digress. We'll talk about that later, but I still think we got some good betting is what I'm trying to say.
Free tip sheet, Racing Rachel, Brian Aragoni, and Martha Clausen will be along later on the live broadcast talking about our final quarter horse dash of the day to wrap up this 3-day stretch. Weather-wise, Chris, WRTV6, Mother Nature got us after the 5th race yesterday. How are things looking for our 9-race all-main track program here today? Chris, Racing Rachel, we want some good news.
Come on, Chris.
No spotty storms. One time.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
It'll be hot this afternoon, but nowhere near some of the heat that we expect for the weekend. In fact, this is pretty seasonable for this time of year. Over the next couple of hours, temperatures will be hovering right around the mid-80s. Mostly sunny skies, a passing cloud or 2, but thankfully we're rain-free here as temperatures run pretty mild. So no worry about any showers or storms, just mid-80s over the next couple of hours. John, back to you.
All right, Chris at WRTV. Houston, we can see you.
Hi, Houston.
Houston, we know you're watching. Houston, hello.
My son's here with me today, and Darby's hanging out with him. He's sitting down there watching me on the TV. And you know what? That's a big deal because Blazing the Monster Machines is on. Okay. So if he chose me over monster trucks, woo-wee.
That's something I rarely did back in the day. I'd always check out Blazing the Monster Trucks.
Did you like monster trucks when you were younger?
Yeah,
you did?
Actually, yeah.
All boys, I feel like, do.
I love horse racing, too. We've got 9 races on tap, muddy track. Let's talk about yesterday's card before Mother Nature played her hand and canceled after the 5th race.
Yeah, we got a double in.
Yeah, Tony Duran, Rancho Monarca. Congratulations, Catherine and Tony Duran. They got 2 of our 5 races that we got in yesterday.
Yeah, Katie and Tony have a lot of horses that they breed and own and train together. So congratulations to them. I didn't think we should show the replay. It's super muddy and it started raining during one of them. But I just wanted to let you guys know, mark Tony down. He had a couple of nice winners over the last 2 racing weeks as well. So Tony Duran and Rancho Monarca definitely watch when they have horses in it. Congratulations to him for the double.
Grayson Grass Challenge. It's been a challenge for Mother Nature to get those races in.
News.
Fingers crossed for next week as we go forward. Again, we've got Empire of Hope coming up on a Saturday, but again, Grayson Grass Challenge as of a last report, Brian Aragoni, our racing analyst, leading in it. A total of $1,367.70 raised for the Grayson Jockey Club Equine Research. And of course, we'll look forward to getting back to the turf course here as soon as we can. And as Rachel hit on at the top, we go April through mid-November. So it's a long meet here. Plenty of more turf racing chances coming up. We have Caesars Day. We had Indiana Derby Day. By the way, speaking of that, Tip Top Charlie back in the entries.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Indiana Derby winner.
Yay.
Smarty Jones, a prep for the Grade 1 Pennsylvania
excellent.
Derby.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, so
Good
hopefully,
job.
Yeah, so hopefully next week when we run, we'll
Gosh,
get the
we got a
Grayson
lot of
Grass
horses
Challenge.
running in big races, don't we?
It's been good. $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 today. That's been nixed. But today's contest is BA's hat trick. We've got that contest back in 2025, and I'm sure Brian, people that will be picking up his tip sheet for free, trying to hit the $250 top prize. He shoots, he scores, and BA's hat trick.
Was it Thursday? He hit both, or yes, yeah. So congratulations to him, and let's keep it rolling. But he has his own contest today. There is $250 to the top handicapper, and that is just Thursdays in August. So be sure to get your entries in.
And no live, and that's for all of you on track and online players at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. No live racing here on Friday, but we'll be back again on Saturday. Another evening card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. That's this coming Saturday with the post time around about the 5 o'clock hour. We've got Empire of Hope raising funding and awareness for racehorse aftercare, very important for all of us in racing. Food trucks, giveaways, kids activities, $1,000 special Saturday Legends contest here on a Saturday night. Again, that's this weekend, and much more for all of you fans. Plus, enjoy the annual Parade of Champions featuring retired racehorses. I'm a Salty Dog, Zip Away, Scooey's Beach, among those to be paraded for the Empire of Hope night with the Parade of Champions.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear you go over those. We're going to have Second Stride here, new vocations, Thoroughbred, Aftercare Alliance, Horse Angels, which is for quarter horse retirement, Friends of Ferdinand, Tri-State, Thoroughbred, Rehab and Rehome, and Race for Aftercare. You mentioned the Parade of Champions. We're also going to have wagers for Aftercare, and I want to give a shout out to Jenna, Ren and Matt Carruthers, Jimmy Mack, Dan, Dononymous, I say Dononymous Dan. I've known him for like 15 years, and I still don't know how to say to Georgeman. Scott Ehlers, B is gonna, me and B will be putting in a wager in Gene McLean, $100 wager, and all proceeds go to Empire of Hope. Also, we do have Nathan's History Minute. It's back. But yeah, so join us on Saturday. We have Nathan's History Minute as well. I had a little red balloon and got distracted. I forgot to tell you that he recorded a bunch of them before he left. The kid's an overachiever.
By the way, congratulations. You mentioned Dan, of course, taking part in our Grayson Grass Challenge, and you talk about handicapping tournaments. Dan, not only a great handicapper, but ambassador for the sport, and he's just gotten a big new job for the
what was
Jockey
it, president
Club.
or something? He's amazing.
What is it? Like social media president. For
and he's the best. And he's the best at that, honestly.
Yeah.
So love him. Love Dan.
He's a Hawkeye was best of the trials for the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Futurity here last Saturday morning. Very impressive. German Rodriguez, what a great story. Rider, trainer of He's a Hawkeye had that fastest time for the QHREI SSA Futurity, and in the Derby, it was an impressive performance as well from Zoom and Feature with Edgar Diaz, one of our top quarter horse jockeys here, riding for Claudio Barrazza. Looking forward to seeing both of them back in the finals for the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby and Futurity. That'll be here on a Saturday morning, August 30th.
Morning.
You'll be taking some personal time, enjoying racing at Saratoga, and we'll be thinking about you. But certainly, we've got an all-star lineup here for this big quarter horse day at the end of the month.
Yeah, it's a big day, and very glad Martha's going to be here. Jimmy Mack's going to be here to have her back. $230,000 for what John was just talking about, but we also have the $117,000 SSA Derby, Bob Woodard Memorial Classic, Juvenile Stakes. I mean, there's just a ton. Yeah, John Deere Juvenile. It's going to be a big stakes day, but no better to cover it than Martha and Jimmy Mack. You know, he's well versed in Indiana roots here, and definitely going to be a big day. So more than $400,000 in stakes purses. That's the last Saturday in August. I can't believe we're talking about the last Saturday in August. Dude, didn't we just start racing?
And then Labor Day.
Oh my God.
start talking about Indiana.
I
Champions
feel
Day
like
in
I'm going to
October,
start
and then-
missing you here in like a month. I'm going to be like, don't
Let's
leave
get the
me.
sponsors then before,
Where Rachel
before
starts crying.
Racing Rachel starts tearing up. We don't want Houston getting worried about his
He'll
mom.
be like, why is mom
Here
crying?
on Wire to Wire. Thanks to our big sponsors, Woodford Reserve Tequila, Herradura, Redevelopment, Murphy Trailer Sales. They are the Winner's Circle sponsor here at Racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. Hitch your star with Murphy Trailer Sales. B&H Electric, they are the Tote Board and Starting Gate sponsor again this year.
is going
They are located here in Shelbyville, also Seymour and Bloomington. They're on the web at www.bh-electric.com.
Love
And,
those guys.
Yeah, great guys. And Indiana's Giant Hubler, located in town
Rachel
and
sent
also
you.
in Franklin. Yeah, if you mention Rachel's name,
You get a discount.
maybe on a sticker price, maybe on shocks, maybe on new wiper blades.
knows?
Yeah, new wiper blades. I need
You'll
those.
get hooked up with something, I
It brings
promise.
here every other day. DriveHubler.com. Just mention that Racing Rachel sent you. Why don't you? Social media wise, we've got you covered on X. I'm at John G. Dooley if you'd like to follow me. Racing Rachel at X on Racing Rachel M. Again, Brian Aragoni not only taking part in this year's Grayson Grass Challenge, Brian also having a terrific season with those Pick 5 results. And Mr. B Analyst and Martha Clausen on X. She'll be along later today around the 6 o'clock hour to talk about the final quarter horse dash of the day to wrap up this 3-day stretch. And we'll be back on Saturday at 5 o'clock with Empire of Hope.
Empire of Hope.
Clear
It's
skies.
going to be a great event.
Going to be a great event. Clear skies here today. We had Chris with WRTV6 join us during the first block talking about the weather. All main track card. Again, we're off the turf course. That means no $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. No Grayson Grass Challenge, obviously. And a money main track will keep
We're
you
going to
posted.
double up,
That's
though,
why it's
next
good to follow
week.
us
Yeah.
on X, too.
We'll do
because
two. We'll do
the track
two
conditions
race
might change.
days.
Follow us on X.
Yes, please do.
Quick commercial break here on the Thursday edition of Wire
to Wire.
When the live program returns, we'll be joined here on the show by racing analyst Brian Aragoni talking about the 50 cent early pick 5. Back with the B block.
Baby B.
Right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future. But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Welcome back to Thursday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've almost made it to the weekend. We are unfortunately off the turf for the remainder of the week. We'll see about Saturday night racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So if you love Saturdays in the manner I do, Saturdays and ponies, sounds like a great opportunity to play at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hopefully we'll be back on that turf course by Saturday as well. But a field of 6 kicks us off on a muddy main track. We'll see if we can upgrade that track throughout the day. This is a challenging race. I thought race number 1 was pretty tough. I didn't feel overly confident in anybody. JJ's Ranger. Sound Doctrine certainly beatable before last race. I thought Sound Doctrine may have had better days. His best days might have been behind him. However, he put up a huge effort last time out. but taillights could be a separator in this spot at 6-1 for Alex Achard and Galindo, a 4-time winner who's faced some of these. And then you've got Unpredictable Bay, Alberto Burgos, John Herron. When I went up and down the form today, I thought Herron looked live. Now, he hasn't won in the month of August. That's crazy because his July was very, very hot. He was in Fuego, absolutely hot to the touch, sizzling hot in July. Has not won since here at Horseshoe Indianapolis during that time. I believe I tallied it up. But going into yesterday, about 0 for 19, maybe 0 for 20 now in the month of August. I think that changes today. I think Herron's sitting on a big day. He and Alberto Burgos look live in plenty of spots. We've got a Hawthorne shipper in the furs getting a ton of class relief in here for Unpredictable Bay. John Herron's been doing very well with horses that he ships over from Chicago. We'll see if he can get Unpredictable Bay, his first winner in August here at Horseshoe Indy. 1, 2, 5, and 6 for yours truly. As we move on to race number 2, we're going to have the favorite along with the long shot I like the best. Who's been hotter than 514 Racing? Nobody. They have ran lights out. They had Little J conference calling, another winner yesterday as well. A horse who hadn't won all year got the job done. 514 Racing with those Packer color silks. I'm friends with these guys, so I can say they're ugly silks, but they have been winning races left and right, going sense at 12-1. Broke well last time out, was drawn on the inside, showed speed, didn't show any punch, but I like a horse who has early speed. They paid $32,000 at the sale earlier this year, so there is high expectations. Has a workout since that last race, should be much more fit today. And then Ryan's Wish, just a horse. I mean, you look up and down this list of who Ryan Wish has faced, and my apologies and condolences to Jim Edgar because he has ran into some very tough customers. Debuted against Woodaz, who's a very good animal. Bourbon Curiosity, the undefeated Mitch, and then last time out, our guy Max. I think today's the day for Ryan's Wish, but I do think there's plenty of upside and maybe the field's longest shot on the board going sense with Mitch Merle and Tim Eggleston. 2 and 4 for me as we kick off that $1 minimum pick 4 in race number 2. Race number 3, the first of many that are off the turf. Scratch 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I don't like this race. McMusic is a horse who's been on my play against list the last couple of times ever since running here. At first asking after shipping over from Oakland Park, but McMusic looks good today. I'm going to hit the all button. We're turning this pick 5 into a pick 4 today for yours truly. I don't feel overly confident in anyone. McMusic is a horse that I do like the best. J.K. Sweezy sends over No Bills campaign. Jane Elliott going to be aboard. That horse is Vet Scratch. Now, looks good in here, Gulfstream Park, but entered elsewhere. Was actually entered, I believe, at Ellis Park one time. May have been a trainer scratch. Also entered potentially elsewhere. I might be getting my horses mixed up, but is a vet scratch. I don't like that angle. And then you've got Confront. I was only able to watch one of the workouts all the way back to July 5th. Now, fairness in this, there has been 5 workouts since that July 5th work, but the workout I watched, not too appealing for a $220,000 horse off of a long layoff and likely to be 4 to 5. So Confront could win this race, was the beaten favorite on debut over at Churchill Downs, given a long time. But that July 5th workout, it would be hard to use that horse on top if you watched the July 5th workout like I did. Got absolutely trounced by a stablemate in there and could not keep pace, and it was not too pretty. But 5 furlongs in here might get Confront home a winner saved by the wire. An all button for yours truly in race number 3. Confidence low. We'll see if chaos can ensue in the off-turf maiden special weight for the boys. Race number 4. Allowance ranks scratch 6, 8, and 9. Look at this field. Holy cow. Stakes runners up and down. Some back class. You've got Latigo, the 9 to 5 favorite, over $500,000 in earnings. But how about Tiz Eddie for my guy Tommy Medina? He won yesterday. He's been winning at an excellent rate. He gets Sammy Bermudez in the saddle. This is a horse who was held up on the rail last time out at 3 to 5. I'm not always a fan of betting back a beaten 3 to 5 horse, but this horse was completely hands and heels on the rail behind all the front runners, shifted out at the top of the lane, and ultimately Healing Waters had just a little bit more to hold off Tiz Eddie. But it was a sneaky, troubled trip. This horse has won easy as can be 2 out of the last 4 starts. I think gets back to the winning ways today for Tiz Eddie in a stakes laden race number 4, which kicks off that late Fire 5. This is a quality group, and I am excited to hear John G. Dooley give many of these horses a call because they have certainly earned it. They are battle-tested. Almost each and every runner in there is banked well over 6 figures. We'll see who gets the money today. Race number 5, the final of the early pick 5, and also kicks off today's Itoba pick 4 as well. Another off-turf event, now at a distance of 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, and 11. 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, and 11. I'm going to key in on your inside and outside runners. 1, 12, and 13. Carl with a gnarl. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., first start off the claim for Cipriano Contreras. Only a recent 4th place finish, beaten by 15 lengths at the fairgrounds to go off of on the dirt. Interesting, Cipriano Contreras does an excellent job with first time off the layoff, winning at 24%. Tejas could be any sort. Steve Asmussen, Keith Asmussen, a jockey-trainer combination who has not lit it up here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. In fact, they haven't had a whole lot of success here recently, but this is kind of the opposite of what they've been. They're going to be a price. They're going to be the value of the race, which is rare because when Steve Asmussen had been shipping horses in here, they were all going off at 3 to 5, 4 to 5. There wasn't much value to be had, and they were getting beat. Now Tejas comes in off of a lengthy layoff, but Hall of Fame trainer like Steve Asmussen, he can get a horse ready to go. In fact, I went all the way back the last 5 years off a layoff similar to Tejas, and he's winning at 17%. That's great. I love that they're going to be the value of this race. Dynamis is a smallish 4-year-old colt by Gunrunner who's just as game as they come. He runs his race each and every start. Frankly, I'd be surprised if he goes back to the John Heron barn when it's all said and done. I think someone's going to dive in. Turf to dirt in play. Alberto Burgos going to be calling the shots. Heron, again, he's been a little bit chilly, but we've got another horse shipping in from Chicago in here looking to get the money. I like turf to dirt angles. They tried the turf last time out. You can completely draw a line through that. Not only was it at Hawthorne, it was also on wet turf and 7.5 furlongs, maybe a little bit shorter than he ultimately wants to go. Horses usually do flourish or can move up when they go from the turf back to the dirt. And we'll see if John Heron can get the son of Gunrunner home a winner. He does run hard each and every time, but he's only got 3 wins from 17 starts. Chaos is the upsetter in here. I am hopeful that a lot of money comes in on Sweet Fantasy. That's going to be a play against for me. Horse ran a huge effort last time out. Norm Cassie took over from Mark Cassie and dropped immensely. Lowest tag they had ever been in for, $16,000 from father to son. The money came in, and everyone knew. Everyone knew Sweet Fantasy was going to run crazy well that day, and Sweet Fantasy did indeed. It's hard to duplicate that performance. Sweet Fantasy has been entered in multiple places since that race and hasn't been able to make it to the starting gate. Actually entered in an allowance race over at Prairie Meadows, surprisingly, and then also at Ellis Park as well, where they didn't make it to the starting gate in either of those. One of them was a steward scratch, the other one a veterinarian scratch. Sweet Fantasy, I wish nothing but the best, but I hope that horse goes to the lead and is heavily backed for the bettors today, because I don't think Sweet Fantasy is going to be able to duplicate that monstrous performance under the conditioning of Norm Cassie, who's winning at 25% last time out. We'll see if they can. If they can, more power to them. They've got a live claim if Sweet Fantasy can duplicate that performance. I'm just banking that the Arkansas bred cannot, especially knowing they've tried to ship up to Prairie, ship over to Ellis, and now here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for Sweet Fantasy. 1, 12, and 13. We may be off the turf, but there's always value here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and part of that value comes from because we've got the best man in the business leading us, Eric Hellstrom. 11.99% takeout each and every day in those pick 5s, pick 4s, 15% takeout. And when we do get back to the turf, I promise you that $1 horseshoe hat trick will return with flush of cash on Saturday night here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So mark your calendars. We've got an excellent card today, but also racing on Saturday night as well, as we're 20 minutes away from kicking off Thursday racing here in Indiana.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded for the all-main track card. Roth the Turf, main track muddy during the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Sunny skies, mid-80s, main track muddy to start. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 5. At the top of the card, no scratches. A couple of jockey changes. Number 4, Pretty Fast, will be ridden by Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos rides number 4, Pretty Fast. The weight there in the program corrected, 122. Number 5, JJ's Ranger, change of jockey to Sammy Bermudez. The weight's okay there. Sammy Bermudez rides 5, JJ's Ranger, all 6 run. Race 2 of our 9 in the next sprint starts at the $1 early pick 4 here. Scratch number 6, Musical Cloud. Number 6, Musical Cloud has been scratched. No rider changes. Reported overweights. Note number 2, Going Sense and the 7 Sligo Time, both first-time geldings. FTG, the designation. First-time geldings, the 2 and the number 7. On to the third we go, Off the Turf. Third race maiden will now be run on the main track at 5 furlongs. Scratch number 3, Fry Island. 6, Wasabi Beach. Take out the 7, Pack a Lunch. Scratch the 8, First Navy Jack, and the 9, Ice Wolf. There'll be no superfecta wagering, no $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 featured on the card. Number 1, Briar Cliff, a jockey change to Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos rides number 1, Briar Cliff. Number 5, Papa Alden, Lacey Pierce, owns and trains. In the 4th, scratch from the sprint, the 6, Leo Springs. 8, Chip Off the Old Block. And the 9, Mr. Chaos. Scratch numbers 6, 8, and the number 9. In the 5th race, Off the Turf, race 5 at 4:14. Will be run on the main track over the 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch number 2, My Romeo Lima. 3, Covey. Take out the 4, Truly Legit. Scratch 8, Brown Liquor Man. 9, D-Day Reunion. 10, Fear and Loathing. And scratch number 11, Mogi Sun. Note the 13, Dynamis, entered as a main track only by John Herron, will run. The MTO, Dynamis, the 13 runs, recapping scratch, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, and the number 11. These jockey changes. Number 5, Sweet Fantasy, will be ridden now by Sammy Bermudez. Sammy Bermudez rides number 5, Sweet Fantasy. Number 6, God of Wine, the jockey Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor rides 6, God of Wine. And the 7, Bullseye Bun, Jose Gutierrez riding the 7, Bullseye Bun. Again, the 13, Dynamis, will run. On to the 6th race. And in this sprint, scratch number 8, Southwick. Number 8, Southwick has been scratched. Race 7, 1 of 3 taken off the turf course here today. All main track card is noted. Mile and a 16th on the main track. In the 7th race, scratch number 3, Day Dawning. The 6, La Scata. And number 8, Taco Cat Backwards. Scratch the 3, 6, and the number 8 here. There's a jockey change for number 2, Lady Lala, to Alex Achard. Waive the apprentice allowance. 122 corrected weight. Alex Achard rides number 2, Lady Lala. In the 8th race, maiden sprint, no scratches, no jockey changes, overweights. 2, Hot Shot Justice is a first-time gelding. FTG, first-time gelding. Number 2, Hot Shot Justice. And in the 9th, closing the cord with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 330 yards. And in the 9th race, closing out the card at 6:15, no changes in the finale. Sunny day, mid-80s, all main track card. Off the turf, main track muddy at this hour. We'll have the sprint opener due off in just 10 minutes' time. Horses in the walking ring, there they are. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the sprint opener. Race 1, a field of 6, no scratches. Couple of jockey changes. Number 4, Pretty Fast. Note the rider Joe Ramos has 55 wins here this season. Joe Ramos rides number 4, Pretty Fast here on parade. Number 5, JJ's Ranger, the 4-year-old 3-time winner, ridden here by Sammy Bermudez. There's Sammy. Sammy Bermudez rides 5. JJ's Ranger, all 6 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 5 here today on an all main track card. Off the turf, main track muddy, just past the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Muddy track right now with 2 minutes to post time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the sprint. Starts the card in the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track muddy. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Alberto Burgos with Unpredictable Bay. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Sound Doctrine joins Unpredictable Bay. Joseph Romero with El Rosilo. Pretty Fast. Joe Ramos with 55 wins here this season. At 6 furlongs. 2 back. Sammy Bermudez. JJ's Ranger drew 5. One more Alexa Shard with taillights. All 9 races today on the main track. Main track listed muddy right now for the first. They're in the gate. Going and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for JJ's Ranger. Taillights broke sharp but now settles. Here's Sound Doctrine of the turquoise cap and right there Unpredictable Bay. They're mixing it up early. It's Sound Doctrine has taken the early lead for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., pressed by Pretty Fast, who's pressed on the outside by JJ's Ranger, stacked across the track, dashing past the half-mile pole. Then toward the inside is Unpredictable Bay, taillights on the far outside, and in between horses, El Rolosilo trails here in the Thursday opener. The quarter battled through in 21.76 seconds. They roll around the far turn that way. Short lead for Sound Doctrine. Pretty Fast making this bid now for Joe Ramos between horses, and Pretty Fast has taken a slim advantage. JJ's Ranger sweeping into action for Sammy Bermudez. To the inside, Sound Doctrine tries to kick with them as they turn for home. Then Unpredictable Bay, taillights on the far outside. It's a toss-up. El Rosilo is last. Half mile, 44.56 seconds. JJ's Ranger emerged in front, 1 furlong to go. Pretty Fast pursues, charging taillights. Right there between horses, Unpredictable Bay, El Rosilo. Here's taillights now for Alex Achard, takes the lead and wins. Taillights over JJ's Ranger. Unpredictable Bay was third. Pretty Fast finished fourth. $109.91. On a track listed muddy at the top of the card. 109.91. Here's the slow-mo. 6.514. El Rosilo back in 5th. Sound Doctrine. All 6 ran. 6 taillights. 7-2 first. Number 5, JJ's Ranger. 9-2 the unofficial second. Number 1, Unpredictable Bay at 4-1 third, and 4 Pretty Fast at 4-1 fourth. Alex Achard for Clamaco Galindo Torres. The son of alternation, taillights, was 7-2 at the off. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 6, Taillights, with Alex Ashard. Taillights is a 5-year-old bank gelding by alternation out of the Into Mischief mare Whistle Stop. Clamaco Galindo Torres trains for Joshua Galindo. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Taillights. Was 7-2. Race 1 official. First results in. 6-5 exacta paid $40 even after the sprint. 50-cent trifecta. 6-5-1, $29.40. With Pretty Fast fourth. The 10-cent superfecta. 6-5-1-4 paid $13.06. And the first all 6 ran. Track was listed muddy. 109.91 seconds. 19 minutes away from race 2. And the next maiden sprint, scratch 6 Musical Cloud. Number 6 Musical Cloud has been scratched. 2 Going Sense and 7 Sligo Time, both first-time geldings. Designation FTG, 2 Going Sense and 7 Sligo Time, both are first-time geldings. Maiden sprint race 2 with exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. We'll keep you posted with regard to the track condition. Right now it remains listed muddy. Post time for the second race maiden at 2:39 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the sprint. Hope you had a bet on Taillights. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for JJ's Ranger. Taillights broke sharp but now settles. Here's Sound Doctrine of the turquoise cap and right there Unpredictable Bay. They're mixing it up early. It's Sound Doctrine has taken the early lead from Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., pressed by Pretty Fast, who's pressed on the outside by JJ's Ranger, stacked across the track, dashing past the half-mile pole. Then toward the inside is Unpredictable Bay, Taillights on the far outside, and in between horses, El Rolacilo trails here in the Thursday opener. The quarter battled through in 21.76 seconds. They roll around the far turn that way. Short lead for Sound Doctrine. Pretty Fast making this bid now for Joe Ramos between horses, and Pretty Fast has taken a slim advantage. JJ's Ranger sweeping into action for Sammy Bermudez. To the inside, Sound Doctrine tries to kick with them as they turn for home. Then Unpredictable Bay. Taillights on the far outside. It's a toss-up. El Rosilo is last. Half mile, 44.56 seconds. JJ's Ranger emerged in front, 1 furlong to go. Pretty Fast pursues, charging Taillights. Right there between horses, Unpredictable Bay. El Rosilo. Here's Taillights now for Alex Ashard. Takes the lead and wins. Taillights over JJ's Ranger. Unpredictable Bay. There were two claims from the sprint opener. Number 1, Unpredictable Bay, ran third for $10,000. Unpredictable Bay was claimed away by Gennaro Garcia. There were 3 claims in for number 2, Sound Doctrine, for $10,000 in the three-way shake. Sound Doctrine was claimed by new owner William Collins. Trainer Tony Cunningham claimed Sound Doctrine.
We are 9 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and the second race is an Indiana bred 3-year-old and up maiden special weight. They're going 6 furlongs on the dirt. The 2 is listed as a colt, but it is a gelding. The 6 Musical Cloud is out, and the 7 Sligo Time is a first time gelding. I'm gonna go with the 4 here, Ryan's Wish. Right now, the 3 to 5 favorite, Ryan's Wish, gets Sammy Bermuda as a board for Aaron West. I know Sammy had a win yesterday, and I'm pretty sure it was for Aaron. They team up well together before we canceled, obviously. But this horse has been nothing but second. Has caught the slop the first 3, then was a good track, and now the mud. This guy just can't catch a break. He cannot catch a fast track. He's not catching one today. I mean, he looks really good. He runs a very similar race. He's right there, tucked in, right at the lead, and then he just kind of stays there. He's been the bettor's favorite the last 2. Probably going to stay this way and be the bettor's favorite closer to post, but the 4, and that's good luck apparently too as well. I've heard he feels good. He feels good now that he's done that. He's feeling his oats. I love to see it. Maybe today's finally his day, Ryan's Wish here. But yeah, high percentage trainer. That speed figure last race was one of the higher ones of the group. And he's got the early speed to boot. So, I mean, on paper, he always looks so good. Let's see if he can't get it done and cross the wire ahead of the group today. Save My Town. Marcelino Pedroza, the 5, is 5-1 right now on the tote board. Gennaro Garcia co-owns this one with Steve Lewis, top connections, owners, trainer, and jockey. 3-year-old gelded son by Motown, and is 4 of 6 in the money, really. I mean, this horse tries. Mitch came back to win. Next out, 2 back on the slop, so that was kind of an even place to effort. If he gets into trouble, it's kind of, it's always tough for them. He's overcome it once and got second by 3 lengths, but yeah, he's tried pretty hard. He's another one who's got the slop or like an off track in 4 of his 5 races. He got a second on the slop. He routed a mile and a 16th, didn't do much there. Then 6 furlongs on the slop, not much there. And then a 3rd last out at 5.5. We're at 6 today. And he gets a muddy track. So he's another one that it's been pretty bad luck. But keeping him cool out there as it is pretty hot. But he seems calm and alert and kind of looking around, but he seems good and relaxed. Good Stuff is who I'm going to go with next. Good Stuff is 9-1 right now on the tote board. Santos Sanger is up for Bob Gorham, a 3-year-old gelding who's making his 3rd lifetime start. Now, the debut was on the slop and ended up at today's distance and ended up 3rd. That was by 8 lengths. So it was that was the race that Ryan's Wish came out of my top selection, Save My Town. And that was the race Mitch won and came back to win. So he's tough. No Mitch in that next race. Drew the 7 hole and the 6 hole. He's in on the rail today, so I like to see that. Coming from post positions on the outside, now he's inside. A muddy track, so another one. He's had a good track, a sloppy track. These maidens have been ran on, off tracks, and I'm sure they're looking forward to when he can get a fast go at it, but it's not going to be today. We'll see what he does. But I like that my top 3 have been running, on these. There's not going to be any shock there for them. He looks gorgeous, chestnut, filled out beautifully. And the difference, I think, is he's on the inside list, so let's see how that goes for him. 4-5-1 here in the second race. This does start the early $1 pick 4 on races 2 through 5. 5 minutes post. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the second race. This maiden sprint over the 6. A field of 6 to face starter Ray Kuick. Number 6 Musical Cloud has been scratched. Scratch the number 6 from the race card. 2 Going Sense and 7 Sligo Time. Both are first-time geldings. The 2 and 7, first-time geldings. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3 starts at the $1 early pick 4, all main track card. And the main track remains listed muddy. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. Main track muddy. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front is starter Ray Kuick. Sando Sanjor with Good Stuff. Mitchell Murrell, Going Sense. The next maiden sprinter joins Good Stuff. Alberto Burgos with Amazing Mike. Like Sligo Time, both here for John Herron. Samuel Bermudez, Ryan's Wish. 3-5 favorite. Ryan's Wish. Two back. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Save My Town, white with the turquoise stars. At 6 furlongs. Ryan's Wish, 3-5 favorite. 7-2, Save My Town. Right now, 4-1, Good Stuff. One more, Evan Roman, and 10 times started, Sligo Time. Main track, still listed muddy here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Even start. Good start for Going Sense, who's going out toward the lead with Ryan's Wish for company on the outside. It's Going Sense. With Mitchell Murrell, Going Sense has the speed to lead. Ryan's Wish, who pursues. Making this dash toward the half-mile pole. Good Stuff in the black cap. Save My Town. Amazing Mike second to last, while Sligo Time trails the maiden sextet as they make their way toward the far turn. It's Going Sense. Going Sense in front of Ryan's Wish. The favorite follows the leader. The quarter 22.73 seconds. Good Stuff, Save My Town on the outside. Amazing Mike and Sligo Time remains last as they come toward the top of the stretch. Ryan's Wish now gearing up for Samuel Bermudez. Ryan's Wish up to Going Sense. Two clear from Save My Town on the turquoise cap. Then toward the inside is Good Stuff. Amazing Mike and Sligo Time. These maidens have straightened away. Half mile, 45.90 seconds. With the rail for Mitchell Murrell. It's Going Sense, who leads Ryan's Wish by 2. Coming down toward the final furlong, but Ryan's Wish is game. Ryan's Wish up to Going Sense, and Ryan's Wish has taken the advantage and pulls away. With Samuel Bermudez, Ryan's Wish won by 3 from Going Sense. Save My Town third. Good Stuff back in fourth. $110.39 after the maiden. Muddy track it remains. 110.39, 4-2-5-1 for Ryan's Wish. 3-5 favorite first. Takes it from 2, Going Sense. 5-1 on the runner-up. 5, Save My Town. 4-1 third, and 1, Good Stuff. 5-1 fourth. Here's the slow-mo. Ryan's Wish pulls clear to win it. Samuel Bermudez for Aaron West, Jim Edgar's homebred. Ryan's Wish out to the maiden ranks at 3-5. The results of the second race official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 4, Ryan's Wish with Sammy Bermudez. Ryan's Wish is a 3-year-old. Dark Bear Brown Gelding by Misawish. Out of Lady Molly by Brother Derek. Aaron and West trains, Jim Edgar's homebred. He was bred here in the state by Indiana breeder Jim Edgar. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Ryan's Wish. The 4-2 exacta paid $20.60. 50-cent trifecta 4-2-5 $16.80. 6-4 double $17.60. Good Stuff fourth in the maiden. 10-cent superfecta 4-2-5-1 paid $7.42. The 6 was a non-runner, favored first. 6 ran 110.39 after the running of race 2. In the third, 103 taken off the turf course. All main track card, and now we've been upgraded to fast. A fast track under sunny skies going forward. The maiden will be run on the main track at 5.5 furlongs. Scratch the 3, Fry Island. 6, Wasabi Beach. Take out the 7, Pack a Lunch. 8, First Navy Jack, and 9, Ice Wolf. With those scratches, no superfecta wagering. And scratch the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. All main track card were now fast. No All Turf Pick 3. No superfecta. Scratch 3, 6, 7, 8, and the number 9. 1 Briarcliff, the jockey Joe Ramos. On 1 Briarcliff. Number 5, Papa Alden, is owned and trained by Lacey Pierce. Exacted trifecta, double pick 3, 50-cent pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5. No all turf pick 3. Fast track, post time at 23 minutes at 3:12. And they're off. Even start. Good start for Going Sense, who's going out toward the lead with Ryan's Wish for company on the outside. It's Going Sense. With Mitchell Murrow, Going Sense has the speed to lead. Ryan's Wish, who pursues. Making this dash toward the half-mile pole. Good Stuff in the black cap. Save My Town. Amazing Mike second to last, while Sligo Time trails the maiden sextet as they make their way toward the far turn. It's Going Sense. Going Sense in front of Ryan's Wish. The favorite follows the leader. The quarter 22.73 seconds. Good Stuff, Save My Town on the outside. Amazing Mike and Sligo Time remains last as they come toward the top of the stretch. Ryan's Wish now gearing up for Sammy Bermudez. Ryan's Wish up to Going Sense. 2 clear from Save My Town on the turquoise cap. Then toward the inside is Good Stuff. Amazing Mike and Sligo Time. These maidens have straightened away. Half mile, 45.90 seconds with the rail for Mitchell Murrow. It's Going Sense, who leads Ryan's Wish by 2. Coming down toward the final furlong, but Ryan's Wish is game. Ryan's Wish up to Going Sense, and Ryan's Wish has taken the advantage and pulls away with Sammy Bermudez. Ryan's Wish won by 3 from Going Sense. Save My Town third. Good Stuff back in 4.
Hello and welcome to this week's Nathan Horse Racing History Minute. Racehorses come in all big shapes and all small sizes. But truly, how big or small could a racehorse be? Most know of Seabiscuit as a pretty small horse, but he is not the smallest to ever live. In recent history, Melody Lane, a filly, stood only 14.3 hands. That's not even 5 feet tall at the shoulder, and weighed about 750 pounds, making her the lightest horse to win a race in her home country of Japan. Despite a small frame, she had great stamina, winning from 1.5 miles to 1 7/8 miles, and being a Grade 1 participant. Now, let's talk about big horses. In Australia, the largest racehorse on record was Shin Shinto, who is 18.2 hands. That's about 6 feet 2 at Justice Withers, and weighed 1,400 pounds, the weight of nearly 2 Melody Lanes. He wasn't a top-class horse, but in 54 races, he managed to win 7. A respectable career, made more impressive by being able to sprint despite his huge size. In horse racing, a winning horse really does come in every shape and size. That concludes this week's Nathan Horse Racing History Minute.
10 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We got a maiden special weight, and it is a pretty nice one, except for the scratches. It was super nice. Now it's pretty nice. The 2, 6, 7, 8, 9 are out, but we still have 1, 2, 4, 5, and 10, which leaves us 5 betting interests, and still we could probably do something if you want to go with me against the heavy favorite, the 4 at 3 to 5. And honestly, I really liked Confront, but I just had this feeling, McMusic, the McLaughlin angle, you guys. Anytime I see an MC, I gotta go for it. McMusic is a 3-year-old gelding who is owned by Kirk and Judy Robinson, trained by Steve Asmussen, and Keith is going to ride here for us today on the 2. Now, I was kind of excited to see what this horse would do second on grass. That's a key, handicapping angle. However, of course, we've been taken off the turf, so we're going to try the dirt again. Now, he has ran on a good track before, so he's ran in a maiden claimant for 50 that was back on April 27th, and man, did he look like a winner in that one. But just ended up coming into the stretch with Eric aboard that time, ended up third by a length and a half, and he kind of, was urging him on, and he didn't really want to go. He then had another third place finish, and then a second when he ran here for the second time on June 16th. He's got early speed to sit right there. Usually is linked up a length or so or less off of the leader, so should be there. The fractions have been good when he's ran here, so definitely rooting for an upset in here. I pick horses that I think are the most likely winners. If a favorite is the most likely winner and it's low odds, that's just how it is. But when I think that a horse could get beat, I'll pick a different horse, and today that's the case. However, a lot of people like McMusic as well at 2 to 1. And then let's talk about the heavy favorite at 3 to 5, and that is Confront. I love to confront people. It's one of my favorite things. So another good name. Marcelino Pedroza is aboard this 3-year-old colt by Constitution, who's making its second lifetime start. The debut did not bode well for him. He was at Churchill in a $120,000 race. He wasn't on Lasix. And, there's just a bunch of upside switching here. He was in a full 12-horse field. Now he's in a 5-horse field. So we've got also Brad Cox, high percentage in everything, especially when he gives him a little bit of this layoff. I love seeing the layoff. It isn't a little bit of a layoff, okay? I either like it when he's given the horse 3 months or like a whole year, which is darn near the case here. 9 months off for this guy. So he said, hey, we're going to do – I really did want to see what he would do on the grass, being Union, Ragsdam, Constitution, Tappet. This is all good stuff. He was a $22,000 purchase. He's dropping in class. The winner has the dam has 1 winner from 2 starters. Brad is 31% when he runs them on laces for the first time. That's always a huge offer of improvement. He was heavily bet in his debut. And he's coming off of a nice work on August 8th at Turfway on the Poly. So I think probably Brad was preparing for a turf race, obviously, but he didn't get it. And then I'm going to go to the 1 at 9 to 1, Briar Cliff. Ramos is up for Edward Vaughn, and this is a 3-year-old gelding by Good Magic making his debut. Honestly, I just thought that out of all the horses in here that are left, they've all tried. He was one of only 3 first-time starters, and the other 2 got scratched. And then I hate to be this way, I'm superstitious, but every name I liked, and Briar is my babysitter, dog sitter. She's the sweetest girl I know. So I went with the name angle, to be completely honest with you, when I threw in the 1. On top of, I do like Good Magic, More Than Ready Dam. There's a little bit of Curlin in the Grandsire. Great connections. Gabe didn't come in a ride, but Ramos has been white hot lately. I think he is gunning for that leading jockey title. So I've got 2-4-1 here in the third race. Good luck.
The horses called postward now for the third race. This maiden taken off the turf course. It will be run over the main track now fast at 5 furlongs. 5 to face the starter in the maiden. Scratch 3, Fry Island. 6, Wasabi Beach. 7, Pack a Lunch. Take out 8, First Navy Jack, and scratch 9, Ice Wolf. There's no Superfecta. Scratch 3, 6, 7, 8, and the number 9. 1, Briarcliff, the jockey Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos on 1, Briarcliff. 5, Papa Alden. Lacey Pierce owns and trains. Exacta Trifecta, double pick 3. Also scratch the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf pick 3. All main track card fast. No All Turf pick 3. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Main track fast. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going to the 5 furlong main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Briarcliff, son of Good Magic making his bow. Joe Ramos for Ed Vaughn. Now Keith Asmussen with McMusic joins Briarcliff. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Confront coming up. 3-5 favorite. Confront. 9-5 McMusic and 5-1 No Bills Campaign. Now Jonathan Kurtzinger with Papa Alden. Stand by for a start. One more. Jane Elliott, No Bills Campaign. Twice started at Gulfstream Park. This one of 3 taken off the turf course. Main track fast. They're in the gate. They're off. Racing 5 furlongs. Papa Alden broke sharp. Toward the inside, the first-time starter, Briarcliff, with an early dash now for Joe Ramos. And Briarcliff has taken the lead from Papa Alden, who now chases the pace after breaking on top with No Bills Campaign. Right there, third close up as they enter the far turn. McMusic and Confront trails the maiden quintet as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs left. It's Briarcliff with the rail, who leans. Short lead here for Briarcliff as Confront now looks Briarcliff right in the eye, and Papa Alden in between horses. On the outside, No Bills Campaign gets a couple of reminders from Jane Elliott, and McMusic held up in last. They straighten away. It's Confront, and Confront has taken command here for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. 22.78 lean seconds, 1 furlong to go. The son of Constitution, Confront, is looking sharp and is pulling away now with aplomb from McMusic, No Bills Campaign, Briarcliff, and Papa Alden. Confront wins by 3.5 from McMusic. No Bills Campaign finished third. $57.71 after the maiden. Fast track 57.71, 4-2-10. One, there was no superfecta for Confront. 1-5 favorite first. 2, McMusic. 3-1 second. Here's the slow-mo. Number 10, No Bills Campaign. Third career start. Gets the bronze medal. 1, Briarcliff and Papa Alden. 4-2, 10-1. Hold all bets until official. Second-time starter here by Constitution. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Brad Cox. A Glassman Racing win. Confronted 1-5. Race 3 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle number 4, Confront with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Confront is a 3-year-old chestnut colt by Constitution. Out of the Union Rags mare, Good with Numbers. Brad Cox trains for Glassman Racing LLC. A $220,000 Keeneland September yearling. Winner was bred in Kentucky by Woodford Thoroughbreds. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Confront. For to exacta paid $5.60. 50-cent trifecta, $4.45. No Bills campaign ran third. 4-4 double, $4.40. First pick 3 of the day, paid $5.35. Favorite was first in the maiden, 5 ran. Fast track, 57.71 seconds. Race 4 next on the Thursday docket, 24 minutes away. Scratch 6, Leo Springs. 8, Chip Off the Old Block. And 9, Mr. Chaos from the Sprint. Scratch the 6, 8, and the number 9. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Start of the 50-cent late pick 5 on this all main track card. Fast post time will be at 3:45. Just to remind all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, no live race card tomorrow. First floor OTB open for simulcast wagering. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Next live race card here on Saturday night. It's Empire of Hope, raising funding and awareness for racehorse aftercare, food trucks giveaways, kids activities, and a $1,000 Saturday's Legends contest, plus more. Enjoy the annual Parade of Champions featuring retired racehorses here. It's Empire of Hope, Saturday night, off at the 5 o'clock hour. They're in the gate. They're off. Racing 5 furlongs. Papa Alden broke sharp toward the inside. The first-time starter, Briarcliff, with an early dash now for Joe Ramos. And Briarcliff has taken the lead from Papa Alden, who now chases the pace after breaking on top with No Bills campaign. Right there, third close up as they enter the far turn. McMusic and Confront trails the maiden quintet as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs left. It's Briarcliff with the rail who leads. Short lead here for Briarcliff as Confront now looks Briarcliff right in the eye and Papa Alden in between horses. On the outside, No Bills campaign gets a couple of reminders from Jane Elliott and McMusic held up in last. They straighten away. It's Confront, and Confront has taken command here for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. 22.78 lead seconds, 1 furlong to go. The son of Constitution, Confront, is looking sharp and is pulling away now with aplomb from McMusic, No Bills campaign, Briarcliff, and Papa Alden. Confront wins by 3.5 from McMusic. No Bills campaign finished third.
2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
The state's only thoroughbred and quarter horse racing is going on now at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Feel the thunder Monday through Thursday at 2:10 p.m. Plus, enjoy racing on select Saturdays throughout the summer. Reserve a seat in the clubhouse by calling 317-421-0000 or find a spot under the new outdoor awning. It's all happening at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville. Always free parking and free general admission. More details at HS Indy Racing.
Well, that last race went just how bettors thought it was going to be. Confront one from Badcock's barn. And congratulations to Marcelino Pedroza. What a wonderful ride. I'm going to go on to the 4th. This is a Indiana Brad 3-year-old and up allowance. The 6, Leo Springs is out, and then the 8 and the 9. So we have some nice horses left, though, and these horses are horses for the course, I guess you could say. The 5 is the favorite right now at 8-5, and that is my top selection, Tiz Eddie. Tiz Eddie had the highest speed figure in his last race of 90, and he looks really good always. I just love Tiz Eddie. Sammy's looking for a double. Tom Medina having a lot of success here. No shocker. Out of the horses that he started, he has a 20% win clip and 50% the money. Picture perfect percentages. And look at this guy. He has not been off the board in a lot of starts. Other than that 4th place finish, he still lit up the board. He's in the top 3 more often than he's not. 11 of 14 life have been in the money. And this year, he's 5 for 5. 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Obviously, I just said Tom's a high percentage trainer, and then he had that nice speed figure last out at allowance on the slop, and an even better speed figure going 6 furlongs, which is the case here today, 2 back, winning by 7.5. He put up 100 Brisnet speed figure, Molly's Town, CJ Storm. They were all kind of in there together. Also, he has the early speed that definitely helps sprinting on the dirt. That's hot right now. There's tons of upside with Tiz Eddie. He's just a guy who always goes out and tries really hard, and I've got him on top to complete my exacta. I have the 4 at 9-5, and that is Latigo. Latigo is one of my favorite horses. I've interviewed Klopp many a times for him. He's one of the barn favorites. He's a tough guy, and he's in this allowance, which he was in an allowance last time, but I'm going to give him. He kind of stalked. He was farther back than he normally is. He's normally right there, either on the lead or right off the lead by a head. I mean, it's very rare that this guy is more than a length off the lead. And he was back 2.5 at least. So I'm going to draw a line. I'll give him that one. Ramos is up. He's out of the last 10 races. 4, 6, 8. 8 races, he's been the bettor's favorite almost every time except 2. So he's good in the handicaps. He was second nose out of our opening day handicaps. He won by almost 11 in an allowance optional claiming on May 19th. He won the Nobody Listens. Like I said, everybody gets an off day in that race on July 12th, and he's coming back here on August 14th. On his toes. He's always like that. He's always like that in the paddock, tippy toes. He's ready to go. 6-year-old guy. He looks great. I love Roger Speece. I love Randy Klopp. Deanne and Greg are top breeders in the state. So wonderful connections. Hot jock. Beautiful horse. Talented guy. Fast guy. Latigo. Now I've almost talked myself into Latigo. And then Classic Max is also one for me that seeing him race these last however many years, Latigo has the highest prime power rating. He has the highest class rating and the best speed at the distance 2 back. But Classic Max, he's a 6-year-old that's been around for a long time. 28 of his 30 lifetime starts have been on Indiana dirt. He's 17 of 28 of those have been on at the distance of 6 furlongs. 4 of his 8 wins has been at this distance. But he honestly this year hasn't had as easy as a go. If you look, he doesn't really need a whole by the end of the meet. Look at last year in the 24th. He came out debut last time by half a length, and then he didn't do very well. And then they brought him out on opening day, not very well. But on June 23rd, he ran spectacularly, and he also has early speed. So for some reason, Latigo runs the same race last time where he doesn't decide to go to the front. I thought, hey, I'm going to find another horse who has some early speed. I already had the 5 on top. Neutron has some, but Classic Max's numbers fast are superior. 5-4-1 for me here in the 4th race. This does start the late pick 5, and Brian does have his ticket, and we're going to put it up during the chase. It's also available online and for free here on track. He's got the late fire 5, hit it Thursday. Let's see if he can't do it again on this Thursday card. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the fourth race. This Indiana bred sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Scratch 6, Leo Springs. 8, Chip Off the Old Block, and 9, Mr. Chaos. Scratch 6, 8, and the number 9. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent late pick 5 here. Fast track, 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Sprint feature starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Fast track, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Rodney Prescott with Classic Max. Santos Sanjor, Mollystown. Mollystown, a 6-time winner, joins Classic Max. Alberto Burgos now with CJ Storm. Joe Ramos with Latigo. Tizetti 7-5 favorite. 2-1 Latigo in Mollystown. Two back. Sam Bermudez with Tizetti. Well, it's 8-5 favorite Tizetti. And 6 furlongs fast track, one more. Luis Contreras with Neutron. This field with 37 wins between them in the feature. All in. They're off and sprinting. Neutron broke sharp. Tizetti. Here's an early bid by Classic Max, and CJ Storm is right there. Latigo, Mollystown. It's Classic Max. So Rodney Prescott steps on the accelerator with Classic Max, and right there, Tizetti, the fleet of foot 4-year-old who's vying for the lead for Sammy Bermudez with Classic Max. And these two right together past the half-mile pole. 3 clear from Mollystown, who's made a bid. Mollystown through into third from Neutron. Latigo on the far outside wide at the 3.5, and CJ Storm has dropped back to last. The quarter 21.98 seconds, 3 furlongs away. And the battle ensues. Classic Max and Tizetti. Tizetti has gained the advantage now on Classic Max, who tries to rally on, coming toward the quarter pole. Latigo on the far outside, building momentum with between horses Mollystown, Neutron, and CJ Storm. Here come the Hoosiers. Tizetti leads them into the lane. Half mile, 44.55 seconds with Sammy Bermudez. Tizetti is a furlong away and has a 3-length lead on Mollystown. CJ Storm charging up the inside, and Latigo. Classic Max dropped away. It's Tizetti. Tizetti kept to the task by Sammy. Tizetti gets the result. 3/4 of a length better than CJ Storm. Mollystown third. Latigo finished fourth. Tizetti in 1 minute 9.50 seconds today. $109.50 after the sprint feature. Indiana Bred Dash. $109.50. 5-3-2-4-5 Tizetti. 4-5 first. 11-1 3. CJ Storm was second. 7-2 odds. The 2 Mollystown was third, and at 2-1 the 4 Latigo gets into the frame. 5-3-2-4 Tizetti. Sammy Bermudez with Tomas Medina. Ellen K. Hobson. It'll be a 5th career success for Tizetti. Gets the result here at Dodds On in 109.50. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 5, Tiz Eddie with Sammy Bermudez. Tiz Eddie to step in, a 4-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Sahara Sky. Out of Tiz Athena by Poseidon's Warrior. The now 5-time winner is trained by Thomas Medina for Ellen K. Hobson. He was bred here in Indiana by Don R. Hobson. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Tiz Eddie. Sprints to win at 4-5. Race 4 official. 5-3 exacta paid $42.20. 50-cent trifecta, $45.30. 4-5 double, $6.80. 50-cent pick 3 result on races 2, 3, and 4. It's chalky. $3.25 on the pick 3 covering races 2, 3, and 4. With Latigo 4th in the sprint feature, the 10-cent superfecta of 5-3-2-4 returned $19.25. The 6, 8, and 9 were the non-runners. Favorite first, 6-face starter Ray Kuick, 109.50 after the sprint feature of the day. 23 minutes away, race 5 of 9 next on an all main track card. The next one on the fast main track at 1 mile 70 yards. Scratch 2, My Romeo Lima. 3, Covey. 4, Truly Legit. Scratch 8, Brown Liquor Man. 9, D-Day Reunion. 10, Fear and Loathing, and 11, Moogie Sun. Scratch the 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, and the number 11. Rider changes. 5, Sweet Fantasy to Sammy Bermudez. We'll go for a double on the card. Sammy Bermudez on 5, Sweet Fantasy. 6, God of Wine, Santos Sanjor. Ride 6, God of Wine. 7, Bullseye Bun. The rider will be Jose Gutierrez. The weight's okay. Jose Gutierrez on the 7, Bullseye Bun. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Post time, 4:18 on a sunny one. They're off and sprinting. Neutron broke sharp. Tiz Eddie. Here's an early bid by Classic Max, and CJ Storm is right there. Let it go. Mollystown. It's Classic Max. So Rodney Prescott steps on the accelerator with Classic Max, and right there, Tiz Eddie, the fleet of foot 4-year-old who's vying for the lead for Sammy Bermudez with Classic Max. And these two right together past the half-mile pole. 3 clear from Mollystown, who's made a bid. Mollystown through into 3rd from Neutron. Let it go on the far outside wide at the 3.5, and CJ Storm has dropped back to last. The quarter 21.98 seconds, 3 furlongs away. And the battle ensues. Classic Max and Tiz Eddie. Tiz Eddie has gained the advantage now on Classic Max, who tries to rally on, coming toward the quarter pole. Let it go on the far outside, building momentum with between horses Mollystown, Neutron, and CJ Storm. Here come the Hoosiers. Tiz Eddie leads them into the lane. Half mile, 44.55 seconds with Sammy Bermudez. Tiz Eddie is a furlong away and has a 3-length lead on Mollystown. CJ Storm charging up the inside, and let it go. Classic Max dropped away. It's Tiz Eddie. Tiz Eddie kept to the task by Sammy. Tiz Eddie gets the result. 3/4 of a length better than CJ Storm. Mollystown 3rd. Latigo finished 4th.
This Saturday, August 16th, is our Empire of Hope event. We are going to have a wonderful evening of racing. Lots of great aftercare programs will be here that we're going to raise money for that evening. First post of 5:10. We have a $1,000 Legends handicapping contest, food trucks, giveaways, racehorse aftercare booths, friendly family fun, and more. We're going to have a post parade for our past champions. I've got a couple of t-shirt tosses on the evening. Just a lot of fun. If you want any more information about this event, you can follow me at Racing Rachel M or HS Indy Racing, both on X. Good luck. We're 8 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Just checking on my tweet here before I send it about Sammy's double. Gotta stay on the game here, ladies and gentlemen. I told you guys, Tom Medina he's in fuego, so congratulations to them. Definitely a very, very nice race. The 5th, we have a 3-year-old and up claiming for 25. And this one was for a mile on the grass, mile and 70 now. The 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 are out. The 12 and the 13 draw in. So we've got 6. Lots of jockey changes, though, on the 5, Sweet Fantasy. Sammy B looking for his triple. Then we have God of Wine. The 6 picks up Santos Anger. And then the Bug Boy on Bullseye Bun. The 7, Jose Gutierrez. I threw in the 13, but I went with the 5 on top here, 5-2. I thought never change your bet, so I kept it that way. I do like the 13 a lot, but Sweet Fantasy is who I'm going to go with, and Sammy being aboard is just even more, a little bit of icing on the cake there. Sammy rides for Manuel Chavez, who owns and trains this 3-year-old gelding. I have a little bit of a layoff. Small numbers for Manuel, but I'm still going to tell you that with a little bit of a layoff, he's 18% out of numerous, a small handful of starts. He hasn't raced in 53 days. And then also, when he's claimed horses, he's got a 50% win clip next out. I love to see that. This horse is coming from Churchill Downs, ran at a mile and 16th, 4.5, and he claimed him. This horse really hadn't figured it out until that race. And I thought, honestly, the Oaklawn race in April, I thought maybe he could get it done at sprinting, but 2 turns last time romped. He's going a mile now, mile and 70. He has been a mile before, and it was not much to write home about in Monmouth, so we'll see how he takes it today, but I think he's going to really like the Indiana dirt. He also, coming off that win in here, is technically moving up in class to 25, but I'm going to take a shot with Sweet Fantasy. Then I'm going to go to the rail. 7-2 here. This horse has the second highest last race speed rating of 83. Now, the 11 Mugi Sun had the highest last race speed rating, sorry guys, of 87, but he's out. So I'm definitely liking Carl with a gnarl here. Marcelino looking for a double. Cipriano coming off of a double yesterday. He's switching barns to Sippy's barn, who's having a really great meet. This is also second start. Maybe he needed a tightener. He did flash good speed in that last race. So granted, it was on the turf though. But if you go to some of his other tries, he just has good speed, and I thought good speed on the inside on the dirt was going to be tough. But I should have probably moved up to 13. I really like it. But I wasn't sure who I was going to come out. I send my picks as early as I can. As they come out to the track, John Haran, the 13, Dynamis, is who I am going to put into my try. An $875,000 purchase by Gunrunner. Poor guy. He ran at Hawthorne for allowance, and now he's going down to claiming for 25. He has been in a couple starters lower than this, but he's pretty competitive at claiming for 40. And then on the slop here, a couple back, and we're a track that's got some moisture in it, but we're fast. 5-1-13 for me. Good luck.
The horses called posted now for the fifth race. This one of 3 taken off the turf course. Main track fast here at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 6. Scratch 2, My Romeo Lima. The 3, Covey. 4, Truly Legit. Take out 8, Brown Liquor Man. 90 Day Reunion. Scratch 10, Fear and Loathing. And 11, Mugi Sun. Rider changes. 5, Sweet Fantasy to Sammy Bermudez. Going for another win on the card. Sammy Bermudez rides the number 5. 6, God of Wine, Santo Sanjor on the 2-time winner. 6, God of Wine, Santo Sanjor. And 7, Bullseye Bun, Jose Gutierrez waits okay. 7, Bullseye Bun, Jose Gutierrez. The change of rider. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 started the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by the Indiana Thoroughbred Owners Breeders Association. Late pick 4 presented by Itoba. 3 minutes away. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Fast track start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile 70 yards. Main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading, Carl with a gnarl. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with a win on the card. Sweet Fantasy would be a hat trick of wins for Sammy Bermudez on the day. Sando Sanjor with God of Wine loading up. Jose Gutierrez, Bullseye Bun in the Black Silks. Two back, Keith Asmussen with Tejas. One more, the main track only entered. Dynamis, Alberto Burgos with John Harron. At 1 mile and 70 yards, here comes the fifth. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sweet Fantasy, sharply away. Good speed from God of Wine. Right there is Bullseye Bun in the all black silks with an early run. Tejas, Dynamis will be wide, and in the early stages, Carl with a gnarl has been settled back in last as they round the first turn with Sammy Bermudez. Sweet Fantasy has taken the early lead from God of Wine and Bullseye Bun at the 6.5. In the meantime, Tejas, in the white cap for Keith Asmussen, is running back in fourth position, joined by Dynamis on the outside and the trailer, Carl with a gnarl still. Quarter 23.54 seconds, making his backstretch run, and here's Bullseye Bun with a bid now for Jose Gutierrez. Bullseye Bun vying for the early lead with Sweet Fantasy. Well, racing three clear from God of Wine, who's next in third. Tejas, steady progress up the near side. A length it out then to Dynamis, who's running second to last and taking closer order with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Carl with the gnarl held up, half mile 46.84 seconds. Sweet Fantasy as they enter the far turn. Carl with a gnarl is on the move. Here's Carl with a gnarl, who's come past rivals and looms up now. And Dynamis making a bid in company with Carl with a gnarl as Sweet Fantasy is now on the edge of the quarter pole. Tejas will straighten away in fourth. Then for the back, God of Wine, Bullseye Bun Vibe but has dropped back. They straighten away, and Sweet Fantasy comes charging off the turn after 3/4 in 1 minute 11.58 seconds. 1 furlong to go. Sweet Fantasy, a 6-length leader coming down toward the final 16th. Carl with an all made a bid, but is now trying to get up here late to Sweet Fantasy, and then Dynamis back in third. Here's Carl with an all surging. Carl with a gnarl, and Sweet Fantasy. Close call. Photo. Dynamis was third, and Tejas finished fourth. $141.72. This is a win photograph. Hold all tickets until posted official by the judges. Photo finish. Results in 1-5-13-12-1. Carl with a gnarl. 2-1 first. 5 Sweet Fantasy at 9-2 denied. The number 13, Dynamis was third, and 12 Tejas fourth. 1-5-13-12. Couple of wins on the card for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Here for Cipriano Contreras. Carl with a gnarl. Gets up. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 1, Carl with a gnarl, with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. riding double. Carl with a gnarl is a 4-year-old big gelding by Klimt. And the Stormy Atlantic mare, Right On Renee. Racing for Andrew Nabzik and trainer Cipriano Contreras' Contreras Stable Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Carl with a gnarl. Got up in time. Race 5 official. The 1-5 Exacta took a win photograph, $47.80. 50-cent early pick 5 paid $45.60. 10-cent superfecta, $11.97. The 50-cent trifecta, 1-5-13, Dynamis finished third, $17.10. 5-1 double, $13. $1 early pick 4, $20.30 on 404. 10-cent superfecta, 1-5-13-12, $11.97. Pick 3, a chalky $5. 141.72 after the running of race 5. 6th race in the sprint, scratch the 8, Southwick. 8 Southwick has been scratched. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta wagering featured. First 10-cent grand high 5 offered on the card. Double pick 3, 20 minutes to post time at 4:49. Sweet Fantasy sharply away. Good speed from God of Wine. Right there is Bullseye Bun in the all black silks with an early run. Tejas, Dynamis will be wide, and in the early stages, Carl with a Gnarl has been settled back in last as they round the first turn with Sammy Bermudez. Sweet Fantasy has taken the early lead from God of Wine and Bullseye Bun at 6.5. In the meantime, Tejas, the white cap for Keith Asmussen, is running back in fourth position, joined by Dynamis on the outside and the trailer, Carl with the Gnarl still. Quarter 23.54 seconds, making his backstretch run. And here's Bullseye Bun with a bid now for Jose Gutierrez. Bullseye Bun vying for the early lead with Sweet Fantasy. Well, racing 3 clear from God of Wine, who's next in third. Tejas, steady progress up the near side. A length and a half then to Dynamis, who's running second to last and taking closer order with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Carl with the Gnarl held up. Half mile, 46.84 seconds. Sweet Fantasy as they enter the far turn. Carl with the Gnarl is on the move. Here's Carl with the Gnarl, who's come past rivals and looms up now. And Dynamis making a bid in company with Carl with the Gnarl as Sweet Fantasy is now on the edge of the quarter pole. Tejas will straighten away in fourth. Then for the back, God of Wine. Bullseye Bun vibe, but has dropped back. They straighten away and Sweet Fantasy comes charging off the turn after 3 quarters in 1 minute 11.58 seconds. 1 furlong to go. Sweet Fantasy, a 6-length leader coming down toward the final 16th. Carl with an all made a bid, but is now trying to get up here late to Sweet Fantasy, and then Dynamis back in third. Here's Carl with an all surging. Carl with a Gnarl and Sweet Fantasy. Close call. Photo. Dynamis was third, and they're off. After the running of race 5, there were 2 claims for number 5. Sweet Fantasy just missed. The runner-up for $25,000. Sweet Fantasy claimed after a 2-way shake, new owner Ricky Giannini. Trainer Brad Cox claimed Sweet Fantasy away.
says you need big fields for some exciting racing? Getting up for one jump and one jump only, your winner in race number 5, cashing out that chalk field early pick 5. We'll see if we can't get some long shots in here, but I think this race looks pretty formful myself. We've got 2 horses kind of heavily backed right now, Rigoberto and Oil Man, and these 2 have taken turns beating up on one another. This is stakes quality talent set to be on display now just 10 minutes away from race number 6 on a fast main track. I'm going to go to your outside runner, Oil Man. This 4-year-old gelding is a one-time winner this season, 4 times in the career from 15 starts. Last time out, he was outbroke. He dueled from the inside. It was an uncomfortable spot to be in. I'm sure they had to love getting their post-draw today being on the outside, because while Oil Man has shown an ability to have a ton of early speed, he's not always all that quick away from the starting gate. Sometimes he hesitates just a little bit, gives the others about a half length before he rallies to push. And he went with a good one last time out. Hawkeye's been in very good form and racked up a couple of wins in a row. I think Oil Man is the horse to catch to cash in here. Have to love this horse being on the outside. Is drawn down on the inside the last 2 starts. Showed speed, didn't show much finish. Dating back to May 13th was the last time he was kind of outwards in the starting gate, and he really did it well. He had a dream trip that day, but he made Reiteration and Silver Sterling look like slow horses in allowance N1X. The waters have been deeper since then. However, I think that can be attributed to being down on the inside. He should flourish with the speed today. Joe Ramos is going to be calling the shots for Randy Klopping here, and I like Oil Man to break alertly and never look back, your clear second choice. But the value of this field may come from number 3, Forever Greedy. Evan Roman donning the silks of Thirsty Acres Racing, a homebred for Tiana Richardville, a 3-year-old gelding by Forever Dioro out of Greedy American, who has been consistent. 50% of the career starts thus far in this 3-year-old's career have hit the exacta inside the top 2 and made quick work of the N1X last time out, July 29th. Going a route of ground, wasn't the favorite, but certainly ran like they should have been. They tracked right on the flank of the front runner, kind of came under a ride midway through the turn to challenge that leader and just pushed away and turned it into a 1-horse race. At the top of the lane, you knew Forever Greedy was absolutely loaded, came home full of run, and ended up winning that day by a measured 7 lengths. Now, the waters do get deeper in here as well. That was going a mile. We're going to sprint today, but Forever Greedy has shown the ability to be tactical sprinting in the past. Has sat right off the flank of some very fast fractions, has a second at this distance in the past. I think this horse could get first run. If someone does go up and challenge Oil Man, like maybe Reflex gets back to his 2-year-old and 3-year-old season when he showed a ton of speed, if they go quick up the front end, Forever Greedy should be sitting right in that garden spot, maybe the value player in this field. But the 2 is Rigoberto, Cipriano Contreras, and Santos Sanger in here. This 2-time winner has some back class. In fact, this horse went off at 2-5 in the $100,000 Sagamore Sired handicap last year at 3 years old. Made quick work the June 3rd field and the 8-horse field. They absolutely dominated. I think one thing that I've learned from watching and making notes of all of his races is he does have the ability to show speed, but he doesn't always want to be hurried into his races. He kind of just wants to be allowed to settle into it. He was allowed to settle on debut, made a 1-run close kind of. He likes to have a target. He likes to settle, but if you rush him and you hurry him into a spot, he's unlikely to respond in kind, because when he's been hurried on the front end, he hasn't found that late final closing punch very often. I think he's going to let hopefully someone go with Oil Man. If you're a backer of the 2, you want someone to show speed, maybe a horse like Reflex to show speed with Oil Man. Rigoberto sit right alongside Forever Greedy in that second tier and try and shift out and into that 3-path and come with 1 run. We'll see what Santos Sanger opts to do. For the good-looking gray, the son of Unbridled Express has back class, $100,000 stakes trophy on his mantle. We'll see if he can put another winner in here 5 minutes away from race number 6. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race of 9 carded today. Fast main track here over the 6. 7 to face starter Ray Coick, scratch number 8 Southwick. Number 8 Southwick, the lone scratch and change. The sprint with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta wagering. The Grand High Five featured here. Double pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Mitch Morrill with Daddy's Dream. Jose Gutierrez, Reflex coming up. Reflex has joined Daddy's Dream. Santos Sanjor with Rigoberto. Alberto Burgos with Positive Change. Evan Roman partners Forever Greedy. Slam Dunk Justice. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. already with a couple of wins on the card. Here's Slam Dunk Justice. At 6 furlongs, one more. Joe Ramos with Oil Man. 8-5 favorite Doyle Man. All in line. And they're off. Rigoberto was last away the gray. Slam Dunk Justice broke fast. Here's Daddy's Dream making a dash for it for Mitchell Morrill, and Daddy's Dream has taken the early lead and has opened up a 2-length advantage on Slam Dunk Justice, who follows the leader, Forever Greedy in the orange sleeves, with Oil Man just covering Reflex in between horses. Rigoberto broke last, now last but one, and Positive Change trails. They make their way past the half-mile pole. It's Daddy's Dream, who carved out a quarter at 12-1 in 22.28 seconds. Daddy's Dream shadowed every step by Slam Dunk Justice, second and poised, inside 3 to go. Oil Man is coming wide, then Reflex in the white silks between horses. Nearest the inside, Forever Greedy. Rigoberto is gaining on the far outside in company with Positive Change, up for grabs as they turn for home. It's Daddy's Dream, who's running for the wire, half mile, 45.48 seconds, with Mitchell Morrill and the rail. Daddy's Dream staring at one more furlong. Slam Dunk Justice has 3 lengths to raise, now with a 16 to do so. Forever Greedy is coming hard on the outside, but it's Daddy's Dream, and Daddy's Dream does it by 2. From Slam Dunk Justice and Forever Greedy, then Rigoberto and Positive Change. $109.85 after the sprint. 109.85, one and then a photo. One Daddy's Dream, Mitchell Morrill getting on the score sheet. A win for Grant Forster on Patrick D. Donahoe's homebred, son of Skylord. First up in 2025, Daddy's Dream at 12-1. The judges have posted number 6, Slam Dunk Justice, the runner-up. Number 3, Forever Greedy, third. 2, Rigoberto, fourth. And number 5, Positive Change, was fifth. 1-6-3-2-5 official. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 1, Daddy's Dream with Mitchell Morrill. Daddy's Dream is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Skylord. Grant Forster trains for breeder and owner Patrick D. Donahoe. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Daddy's Dream. $27.20 to win on the son of Skylord. Now a 3-time winner and first up this year. Pick 3 pays $63.30. 10-cent pentafecta, $770.26. 50-cent trifecta, $245.80. 1-1 double, $58.40. 10-cent superfecta, $132.33. Rigoberto ran fourth. Positive Change fifth. 109.85 for the 6. In the 7th race, 21 minutes away off the turf. Main track over the mile and a 16th. Scratch the 3, Day Dawning, 6, Lascata, and the 8, Taco Cat backwards. Scratch the 3, 6, and 8. 2, Lady Lala, the jockey Alex Achard. Waive the apprentice allowance. Corrected weight 122 pounds. Alex Achard won the opener. Riding here on 2, Lady Lala for Karen Wittick. No pentafecta wagering. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double, final pick 3 of the day. Post time, 5:20. And they're off. Rigoberto was last away, the gray. Slam Dunk Justice broke fast. Here's Daddy's Dream making a dash for it for Mitchell Morrill. And Daddy's Dream has taken the early lead and has opened up a 2-length advantage on Slam Dunk Justice, who follows the leader, Forever Greedy in the orange sleeves. With Oil Man just covering reflex in between horses, Rigoberto broke last, now last but one, and Positive Change trails. They make their way past the half-mile pole. It's Daddy's Dream, who carved out a quarter at 12-1 in 22.28 seconds. Daddy's Dream shadowed every step by Slam Dunk Justice, second and poised, inside 3 to go. Oil Man is coming wide, then reflex in the white silks between horses. Nearest the inside, Forever Greedy. Rigoberto is gaining on the far outside in company with Positive Change, up for grabs as they turn for home. It's Daddy's Dream, who's running for the wire, half mile, 45.48 seconds, with Mitchell Morrill and the rail. Daddy's Dream staring at one more furlong. Slam Dunk Justice has 3 lengths to raise, now with a 16 to do so. Forever Greedy is coming hard on the outside, but it's Daddy's Dream, and Daddy's Dream does it by 2. From Slam Dunk Justice and Forever Greedy, then Rigoberto and Positive Change.
Oh, yeah, him. So nasty.
Hey,
What?
who's the funniest jockey in the jock center?
Funniest? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go with Joe Ramos.
Who's
Elias?
the funniest? Elias?
Yeah.
Elias is the funniest?
Yes.
Alberto Burgo.
Alberto?
Funniest? Probably my dad or Fernando.
You?
Manny Esquivel?
Manny?
I don't know.
Who do you think's the funniest?
Canuto. I don't know. He's the best.
He's the best.
Serious? Fernando.
The most serious? Marcelino.
I guess Tommy. I don't know.
Who's the dirtiest jockey in the jock center?
Joseph.
Whatever, mister. I have to take a shower before I can get my... What? You little...
On a day that's been quite formful so far, we have ourselves a $27 winner. A rider asked for speed right out of the gate and got that speed and never looked back. Made every pole a winning one after Rigoberto off a little bit slowly and showed no rally. Neither Oilman or Rigoberto really showed up in race number 6. Race number 7, now 10 minutes away. Scratch 3, 6, and 8 in this off-turf event, originally carded for the turf. now a mile and a 16th on a fast main track in here. And with that, I'm going to try what I thought was going to be a little bit of a price horse. However, it's not, at least not at this point. Morgan's Bluff has been sniffed out by the bettors in here. Howard Siegel owns Morgan's Bluff after claiming this one for $25,000 at Gulfstream Park some time ago. Michael Ewing trains now in for a tag of $25,000. Took some time for Morgan's Bluff to get that elusive first victory, but did so last time out at Ellis Park in a sweeping move. In fact, at 10-horse field, this horse lingered in last under the guidance of Julian Leperoux and shifted out into the 5-path and just continued with this big, sustained run and finished up willingly here back on June 17th. They've continuously tried to get on the turf and have been rained off now 3 times in a row, but matter of fact, they can't be that mad about it. They got a second. They finally got the maiden breaking score after 13 tries. Maybe the light bulb angle has come on for this 5-year-old mare. Now, not very often do I love horses that took to the age of 5 to get that elusive first victory. However, this one does have some backlash. The likes of Colonial, Gulfstream Park, Del Mar, Santa Anita with a little bit of a layoff as well. So Morgan's Bluff hasn't been running necessarily as much as you would think for a non-2L 5-year-old mare, but always cheering for Howard Siegel. We'll see if Morgan's Bluff can get the job done in here. 5-2 off that 10-1 line, but the projections upwards of 6-1 on Morgan's Bluff. Your favorite is going to be Lady Lala. Alex Ashard already a winner on the day for Karen Whittick. She takes over from Kathleen O'Connell, who's a high percentage outfit, winning at 18%, but Karen Whittick saying not so fast. She's winning here at Horseshoe Indianapolis at an unbelievable 43%. But Lady Lala still owned by DeBallo Racing, so even though there's a trainer change, ownership did not. They wanted to keep this 4-year-old Gervin filly in their name. They get the 5-pound allowance break in here as well on the racing form. $25,000 tag after running second when last seen down in Tampa on the turf May 4th. But the dirt races, they weren't all too bad. Showed a lot of speed. I think has tactical speed. Doesn't necessarily need the lead. I don't believe she'll be a rank front runner. I think she'll settle down and come with one run or do whatever Mr. Alex Ashard will ask her to do. She's currently favored, but it's in lukewarm fashion. 9-5 on the board. The projection's as low as even money on Lady Lala. And DeBallo Racing trying to get a win with Karen Whittick and showcase why they made the change from Kathleen O'Connell to Karen Whittick on the toes and on the muscle for Lady Lala. Number 7 is Mackenzie Magic. Horseshoe Indianapolis welcomes back an old friend, Mr. George Leonard, back to the training ranks, and in here, the ownership ranks as well. He owns and trains this 3-year-old filly who's been running recently sprint races, now stretching out to 2 turns. Should be the speed of the speed in here. You do get the 7-pound weight break with the apprentice rider Gutierrez still carrying that 7-pound weight allowance. Mackenzie Magic will certainly appreciate that. 1 win from 6 starts, stretches out today. That lone victory was a tough battle. Maiden special weight level was 3-5 and was all out to win, but it's just purely a speed play in here. This horse has shown the ability to handle the distance when down in Louisiana at the fairgrounds. We'll see if Mackenzie Magic can make George Leonard's return to Horseshoe Indianapolis a winning one in here. We'll see if we can't find that cowboy hat in the winner's circle 6 minutes from race number 7.
horses call postward now for the 7th race. Let's take it off the turf course. Fast main track here over the mile and a 16th, a field of 6. Scratch 3, Day Dawning. 6, La Scata, and the 8, Taco Cat backwards. Scratch the 3, 6, and the number 8. No pentafactor wagering. 2, Lady Lala, the jockey Alex Achard. Waive the apprentice allowance, corrected weight 122. Alex Achard rides the 2, Lady Lala. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Once again, no 10-cent grand high 5. Featured here. Double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the mile and 16th main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Evan Roman, Sweet Star, the first filly in. Lady Lala, Alex Ashard won the opener. Even Money, Lady Lala. Jesus Castanon with Morgan's Bluff. Santo Sanjor Talent Show coming up. Two back. Jose Gutierrez with Mackenzie Magic. Over the mile and 16th. One more, Jane Elliott Partners, St. Bernadette. Even Money, Lady Lava. All in. And they're off. Off to an even start. Here's St. Bernadette with Between Horses, Talent Show. Right there, Mackenzie's Magic with the red cap, and they're engaged by Lady Lala as they enter the first turn, jammed up. As they round this first turn, it is Lady Lala who's emerged in front. Right there's Mackenzie Magic, and on the outside, St. Bernadette with a black cap. And these three now kick on at the 6.5 from nearest the inside. Talent Show, who's running in fourth, making this backstretch run. Then comes Morgan's Bluff, who's second to last, and Sweet Star trails. 23.48 lean seconds with Alex Ashard. It's Lady Lala who leads. The pair of Mackenzie Magic and on the outside St. Bernadette, who's 3 deep uncovered, making this run just outside the half-mile pole. Lady Lala, Mackenzie Magic, and St. Bernadette with Talent Show a length away to Morgan's Bluff and one more to Sweet Star. Half-mile 46.95 seconds. Lady Lala as they enter the far turn. Mackenzie Magic continues to track Lady Lala as they round the far turn that way with nearest the inside. Talent Show, and she's now put to pressure to gain inside of Mackenzie Magic as Lady Lala arrives at the quarter pole with a 2-length lead. On the outside is Morgan's Bluff, who's now picking up. Sweet Star from out of last, and St. Bernadette has tailed off. 3/4 of flat, 112. With Alex Ashard, Lady Lala leads them down toward the last. In front of Morgan's Bluff by 3. Mackenzie Magic toward the inside. Sweet Star continues to make headway now into fourth, but well inside the final 16th of a mile. It's Lady Lala, the daughter of Gervin, and Lady Lala lands it by 3.5 from Morgan's Bluff, who holds Sweet Star. Mackenzie Magic back in fourth. 145.78, 2417. 2 Lady Lala, 3-2 first. 4 Morgan's Bluff at 4-1 was second. 1 Sweet Star, 8-1 third, and 7 Mackenzie Magic, 2-1 fourth. Hold all tickets until official. Couple wins on the card for Alex Achard. Took the opener with tail lights here with 3-2 favorite Lady Lala. Morgan's Bluff, 3/4 length to Sweet Star. She was last in the early stages. Just about 2.5 lengths away to Mackenzie Magic getting into the frame. 2-4-1-7. Karen Whittick, the daughter of Gervin, was Lady Lala in a 3-2. Here in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Number 2, Lady Lala, riding double for Alex Achard. Lady Lala is a 4-year-old made filly by Gervin. And the High Cotton Mare, All You Need Is Lovin'. Karen Whittick trains for DeBello Racing Stable LLC of Joseph DeBello. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Lady Lala. It's official. Two for Exacta paid $17.40. 50-cent trifecta, 2-4-1, $16.90. The 50-cent pick 3 covered races 5, 6, and 7. $73.15. There was no Grand High 5 featured. 1-2 double, $67.80 with Mackenzie Magic 4th. 10-cent superfecta. 2-4-1-7 paid $9.39. 3, 6, and 8 were the non-runners. Favorite first. 6 ran, 145.78 after the running of race 7. 2 more. Race 8, maiden juvenile sprint. No scratches, no rider changes, overweights. 2 Hot Shot Justice, a reported first-time gelding. FTG, the designation. 2 Hot Shot Justice, a reported first-time gelding. In the 9th, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden dash with a 3:30. No reported changes there. Fast Track, Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta starts at the late double. Post time, 5:52. All in. And they're off. Off to an even start. Here's St. Bernadette with Between Horses, Talent Show. Right there, Mackenzie's Magic with the red cap, and they're engaged by Lady Lala as they enter the first turn, jammed up. As they round this first turn, it is Lady Lala who's emerged in front. Right there's Mackenzie Magic, and on the outside, St. Bernadette with a black cap. And these three now kick on at the 6.5 from nearest the inside. Talent Show, who's running in fourth, making this backstretch run. Then comes Morgan's Bluff, who's second to last, and Sweet Star trails. 23.48 lean seconds with Alex Achard. It's Lady Lala who leads. The pair of Mackenzie Magic and on the outside St. Bernadette, who's 3 deep uncovered, making this run just outside the half-mile pole. Lady Lala, Mackenzie Magic, and St. Bernadette with Talent Show a length away to Morgan's Bluff and one more to Sweet Star. Half-mile 46.95 seconds. Lady Lala as they enter the far turn. Mackenzie Magic continues to track Lady Lala as they round the far turn that way with nearest the inside. Talent Show, and she's now put to pressure to gain inside of Mackenzie Magic as Lady Lala arrives at the quarter pole with a 2-length lead. On the outside is Morgan's Bluff, who's now picking up. Sweet Star from out of last, and St. Bernadette has tailed off. 3/4 of flat, 112. With Alex Achard, Lady Lala leads them down toward the last. In front of Morgan's Bluff by 3. Mackenzie Magic toward the inside. Sweet Star continues to make headway now into fourth, but well inside the final 16th of a mile. It's Lady Lala, the daughter of Gervin, and Lady Lala lands it by 3.5 from Morgan's Bluff, who holds Sweet Star. Mackenzie Magic back in fourth.
Karen Whittick continues to dominate. She takes over from Kathleen O'Connell and reports right to the winner's circle in there, now winning at over 45% for Karen Whittick. She is making quick work of these Indiana races and reporting right to the racing office to pick up her paychecks. 11 minutes away from the late daily double, Martha takes you through the 9th and final quarter horse event. This will be the last thoroughbred race, not of the week, of your Thursday, because we do race here on Saturday night. So if you're confused with our schedule, we've been bouncing around a little bit. We ran on Friday night, had a couple of Mondays off as well. I assure you that it will get back to normalcy, but we're going to honor some very cool efforts here on Saturday night. You certainly won't want to miss out, and hopefully we'll be back on that turf course as well. First-time starters mixed in with a couple of horses with experience, 2-year-olds, maiden claiming in here. You've got some horses with experience dropping down from maiden special weight. You've also got some first-time starters, and I thought I was going to get a long shot in here. I put 9-2 morning line favorite for Contreras Stables' Hot Shot Justice on top with Santos Sanger aboard Cipriano. Contreras owns and trains this 2-year-old Harry's Holiday gelding, who is in for $25,000, paid $10,000 at the sale last year in 2024. And $10,000 in the Indiana sale is certainly not a low price by any means. It's kind of right in the middle of that sales ring. Street Trick, the mare, she was all turf, but she did retire a maiden. She tried the turf over at Gulfstream Park, Keeneland, Belmont, for Tom Bush. So far, she's been pretty productive as a broodmare. 4 of 6 have gone on to win, winning at 20% with first-time starters. Maybe the most notable would be a horse named Perceived for Rudy Rodriguez, who raced as recently as 2023 up at Aqueduct, but banked $244,000 in career earnings. Perceived was a good one, and I'm sure the connections would love Hot Shot Justice to get Justice Farm another breeding victory with Contreras Stables' own Hot Shot Justice, whose workouts have been incredibly slow. That's not necessarily what drew my eye, but the more I looked at this field, the more I thought, well, it certainly looks good for potentially a first-time starter. And there's some sneaky good works as well. That 48-2, June 27th, is the one that caught my eye. However, I'm sure stamina might be a little bit of a concern for Hot Shot Justice. They do have 5 straight 5-furlong workouts. Not ideal, but on your screen now is a horse with experience with the red blinkers for Southwest Racing Stables, as Gennaro Garcia, like Cipriano, both owns and trains, putting those blinkers on today. It's going to be the first time that this 2-year-old colt by El Nawi dons those blinkers. Sammy Bermuda is going to be calling the shots in here. The blinkers going on is usually a good sign for Gennaro Garcia. For whatever it is, his horses certainly respond with first-time blinkers. They win at 31% with an unbelievably good ROI, well over $3.30. Second start off the layoff, showed speed, lost to our Jalapeno, who also had experience that day and was well meant, got bet down heavily, and reaching out, ran good, showed speed, didn't show much finish, but does need to find a finish. Earlier in the season, back in May, was slow away from the gate. Seemed to have corrected that issue, being slow away from the gate. They broke alertly last time out. However, they just did not finish off the race whatsoever. We'll see if Reaching Out can use that experience for success today. 9-2 on the board, but on the outside, it's Maximum Justice. Rumors a swirl. Maximum Security may be joining us here in Indiana, but Maximum Justice, a 2-year-old gelding by Harry's Holiday for Southwest Racing Stables, gets Gennaro Garcia conditioning. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. in the saddle in here. Tried maiden special weight down a maiden claiming, and man, this is a good-looking son of Harry's Holiday in here. He's turned out very nicely, gets a ton of class relief, and was never involved. He did get experience at the maiden special weight level. However, he was never out of 8th place that day. Was always lingering near the back of the pack. Ran evenly throughout. Got some dirt in his face. It could be any type in here. He took a little bit of action. He went off at 11-1 in a 9-horse field. So it's not as if he was 20, 30, 40-1, although Gennaro Garcia's horses are never going to be that high. But he gets a ton of class relief in here. Maiden special weight, down to maiden claiming. Sometimes you simply have to draw a line through that first race and realize that that is the biggest drop into the game. It doesn't always need to make sense on paper. Sometimes it's as simple as maiden special weight, down to maiden claiming, and at least these connections did try one race at maiden special weight prior to, like my top selection, debuting at maiden claiming. That's a big, big difference. They tried one try for a much higher purse, thought it was good enough. Some of these other owners, they're trying to put them competitively where they can win, and they're not even going to give an effort at that higher purse. We'll see how it plays out. The money is flown in on Hot Shot Justice, a Horse Racing Nation 5-star firster on the board at even money off that 9-2 line. We'll see if Hot Shot Justice can live up to the hype, or maybe a horse dropping like Maximum Justice can get the job done in here and reaching out with those blinkers on. First-time blinkers, 33% for Gennaro Garcia. There's a lot of different angles. I've given you the pieces. You got to put the puzzle together, and you've got 5 minutes to figure it out. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track for the 8th race. Maiden Juvenile Sprint over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. Number 2, Hot Shot Justice is a first-time gelding. The 2, Hot Shot Justice. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Pentafecta starts with a late double. No changes in the 9th. Fast track, 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for this maiden juvenile dash, Joe Ramos with the King Stinger. Alberto Burgos, Rugged Justice making his bow, joined the King Stinger. Santo Sanjor with Hot Shot Justice. What now, Pretty Boy? What now, Pretty Boy loaded? Sammy Bermudez with Reaching Out. Hot Shot Justice, even money favorite, Hot Shot Justice. Jose Gutierrez with Little Chance, and one more. Maximum Justice would be a hat trick of wins on the card for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Sammy Bermudez and Alex Achard also with doubles on the card. Up comes Maximum Justice. They're in the gate. And they're off. Reaching Out, sped away. Little Chance in the black cap. Maximum Justice with Early Interest. Rugged Justice, Hot Shot Justice, the King Stinger, and What Now, Pretty Boy has dropped back to last. It's Lil Chance. With Jose Gutierrez, Lil Chance has taken the early lead going past the half-mile pole from Reaching Out, who's right there toward the inside. Maximum Justice and Hot Shot Justice, they're third and fourth as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. The King Stinger is next, and the trailers are What Now, Pretty Boy, and Rugged Justice. Quarter in 22.63 seconds, Lil Chance and nearest the inside, Reaching Out. They take this past the quarter pole, a half length apart, with on the outside, looking to close in Maximum Justice. Toward the inside, Hot Shot Justice straightens away in fourth. These maiden juveniles into the stretch. Then the King Stinger with Rugged Justice and What Now, Pretty Boy. 1 furlong to go. It's Reaching Out, who leads Lil Chance. Now Hot Shot Justice making a late bid as they come past the 16th. It's Reaching Out for Sam Bermudez. Right there, Hot Shot Justice coming with a charge for Santo Sanjor. Hot Shot Justice to get and beat Reaching Out by 3/4 of a length. Maximum Justice and Lil Chance. 2-3, and then a show photo. 108.24 after the maiden. 2-3, then a photo 2. Hot Shot Justice. 8-5, first 3, reach it out. At 9-5 was caught close to home. 2-3 after the maiden juvenile. 108.24. Here's the slow-mo. Maximum Justice with Lil Chance. The King Stinger was next across in the maiden. We trail back to what now Pretty Boy and Rugged Justice. 7 Maximum Justice was third. 6 Lil Chance fourth. And 4 the King Stinger fifth for the Pentafecta. Santo Sanjor for Cipriano Contreras and Contreras Stable. Son of Harry's Holiday at 8-5 home. Race ain't official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 2 Hot Shot Justice with Santos Anjor. Hot Shot Justice is a 2-year-old bay gelding by Harry's Holiday. Out of the Street Sense Mare Street Trick for Cipriano Contreras. Contreras Stable Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Hot Shot Justice. Two three exacta paid $18.80. 50-cent trifecta 237. Lil Chance ran fourth. 10-cent superfecta $15.65. The 50-cent pick 3 $95.15. That trifecta $13 and change. Pair of twos for that double $24.20. $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba $839.90. 50-cent late pick 5, $1,435.90. 10-cent pentafecta, $33.52. The King Stinger ran fifth. And the maiden juvenile, favorite first, all 7 ran, 108.24 seconds. 18 minutes away from the 9th. Quarter horse maiden dasher with a 3:30 fast track with no changes. Exacta trifecta superfecta and the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. 6:21 post time. And they're off. Reaching out, sped away. Lil Chance in the black cap. Maximum Justice with early interest. Rugged Justice, Hot Shot Justice, the King Stinger, and What Now Pretty Boy has dropped back to last. It's Lil Chance. With Jose Gutierrez, Lil Chance has taken the early lead going past the half-mile pole from Reaching Out, who's right there toward the inside. Maximum Justice and Hot Shot Justice, they're third and fourth as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. The King Stinger is next, and the trailers are What Now Pretty Boy and Rugged Justice. Quarter in 22.63 seconds. Lil Chance and nearest the inside, Reaching Out. They take this past the quarter pole, a half length apart, with on the outside, looking to close in Maximum Justice. Toward the inside, Hot Shot Justice straightens away in fourth. These maiden juveniles into the stretch. Then the King Stinger with Rugged Justice and What Now Pretty Boy. 1 furlong to go. It's Reaching Out, who leads Lil Chance. Now Hot Shot Justice making a late bid as they come past the 16th. It's Reaching Out for Sam Rabunez. Right there, Hot Shot Justice coming with a charge for Santos Sanjor. Hot Shot Justice to get and beat Reaching Out by 3/4 of a length. Maximum Justice and Lil Chance.
well, quite an unfortunate deluge yesterday afternoon that forced the cancellation of our final races, including our quarter horse finale. But we're back at it today, and we've got a good field assembled for race 9. It's a quarter horse maiden purse of $17,000, and they're going to be going 330 yards, and these are 3-year-olds and up. So let's go to the paddock and take a look at a few of the horses. There is a morning line favorite, but I'll tell you what, there's some interesting horses in this field, so let's see what we can come up with. All right, I'm going to begin with the favorite. That's number 6, Delightful D, who just missed in her last out here on June 28th. Sired by Grade 1 winner Uncle D. This is an Oklahoma-bred filly who ran in the final of that 30,000 maiden classic that took place on May 31st. Did not get the job done that day, but I think has a lot of potential. Tony Cunningham owns and trains this filly, and he's going to utilize the flipping halter just to maybe keep her a little steady, a little more focused in the starting gate. All I think this filly needs is just a cleaner break, and I think she'll get the job done with Danny Martinez in the saddle. All right, well, up next, we're going to go with number 5, and that's Dragon Dynasty. Sold for $145,000 2 years ago at the Ruidoso Select Sale. You know that was a horse that people were looking at, gelding that was bred by AQHA champion breeder and fellow Texan Jerry Wyndham. Have so much respect for him. And this, a couple things about the horse. The sire's FDD Dynasty. The filly is the mare is a racehorse that I saw run in Texas, and that was Jennifer Kate. She was a graded stakes competitor and always gave a huge account of herself. So it ought to be interesting to see. As far as her son, Dragon Dynasty, couple runner-up finishes for this gelding. He's trained by Guadalupe Arevalo. Had some trip woes on July 19th, which did set him back just a teeny bit. But jockey Fernando Morin has the return call. And again, I think it's just a matter of getting a solid break because this horse has some experience and, of course, exceptional pedigree. All right, talk about pedigree. Let's go next to number 7, and that's Flying Cowgirl. She's going to make her 3rd start of the season. For leading quarter horse conditioner Tim Eggleston. Boy, what a terrific meet he is having, no doubt about that. And I love her pedigree too. This horse came to Tim after running last year in New Mexico and also in Texas. So she's had her share of experience. She's sired by the highly successful Flying Cowboy 123. I always like to say I've seen him multiple stakes winner, Grade 1 winner, and all I can really ever say about Flying Cowboy 123 is watch them fly. His progeny are always really good, and they just get off the mark beautifully. Now, here's the deal about this horse. Last year, most recent race was bumped, but the good thing is when they're bumped and still gaining ground and moving forward, that's always a very good sign in my book. You can't help what a horse beside you does to kind of impede your path, but if the horse gathers himself up and keeps making a run, that is a very good sign. So Eduardo Diaz, we've seen how talented he is, our current leading quarter horse rider. He's got the return call for Tim Eggleston, and Flying Cowgirl would be no surprise. All right, now round up my top 4 with number 4, Felton. We haven't seen too many horses trained by Karen Yike. She's a lovely, lovely person. Of course, now we get 2 in this race. I'm going to talk about them both. But Felton is a 4-year-old son of He's Relentless, a very powerful stallion. He's had a couple winners, stakes winners here at Horseshoe Indy. And last time we saw him ran a pretty big race here on June 5th, and that was over a sloppy track. This is an Oklahoma bred who prepped for this with a bullet work last week. So that's a good sign, as is the rider, German Rodriguez. We talk about him so many times as a trainer because he has been off the mark like there's no tomorrow. But now he's going to ride for Karen. And I think, to me, this is a gelding 12-1 on the morning line. I don't know if you're going to see that when they break from the gates, but sure would be nice for your exotics. So for my top 4, I'm going 6, 5, 7, 4, but do want to throw in the other Karen Yike trainee, if you're considering making a wager on our 10-cent, very popular 10-cent pentafecta wager. I'd like to point out number 1, Relentless Annie, also by He's Relentless, but this is a mare, and she's breaking from the far inside post. She showed improvement here on June 28th, and I think might have some appeal, like I say, at a nice price, 15-1. All right, no racing here tomorrow, but on Saturday, it's Empire of Hope Day. It's an evening, and got a lot of great racing, including a quarter horse finale. Most importantly, all kinds of incredible events to raise money and also just show a little more, shed the light on this incredible surge that we're having in North America about racehorse aftercare. Can't ask for a better cause than that, taking care of these racehorses after they finish their racing career. All right, well, that's it. We'll see you back on Saturday. Good luck to everybody in this race, and you guys have a great evening.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 9th race to close out the card with a quarter horse maiden over the 3:30. Fast track, no wind and no changes, all 9 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and the quarter horse pentafecta. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading, Danny Martinez with Delightful D uses a flipping halter. Dragon Dynasty coming up. Dragon Dynasty joins Delightful D. Relentless Annie has the rail draw. Flying Cowgirl. Dale M is in. VRS Tio Penny. LB Tiny Toltak. 2 back. German Rodriguez with Felton. At 330 yards, fast track, no wind here for the finale. One more. Francisco Quintero with JY Bravo. Saturday, Empire of Hope Night at 5:10 p.m. Eastern. Comes the last all in. Off in the Thursday finale. Sharp start for Dragon Dynasty. Right there is Delightful D in the middle. Here's a bid by JY Bravo inside the final 220. Here's the inside is Dragon Dynasty, chased by Delightful D. Dragon Dynasty, Delightful D, it's down to them. Dragon Dynasty prevailing over Delightful D. Flying Cowgirl third, and JY Bravo finished fourth. Photo finish in the finale. Photo hold all tickets. .885 seconds after the maiden. 16.885, fast no wind. 56791, the unofficial order. First, number 5, Dragon Dynasty. Number 6, Delightful D was second. 7, Flying Cowgirl third. 9, JY Bravo fourth. And 1, Relentless Annie gets into the quarter horse Pentafecta. 56791. Fernando Morin for Guadalupe Arevalo, the Texas-bred son of FDD Dynasty. Gets off the mark in his 10th career start. Dragon Dynasty is out to the maiden ranks. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, and race 9 official number 5, Dragon Dynasty with Fernando Morin. Dragon Dynasty is a 3-year-old sorrel gelding by FDD Dynasty, and of Jennifer Kate by Vital Sign. Guadalupe Arevalo trains for Brisa Ala Ventura Hernandez. The winner was bred in Texas by Jerry Wyndham. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Dragon Dynasty. Takes final maiden quarter horse dash of the day. 16.885 seconds. Final results in. The 10-cent Superfecta paid $9.76. 5-6 exacta, $12.60. 50-cent trifecta, $13.05. 2-5 double, $26.40. 50-cent pick 3 on races 7, 8 to 9. That's $26.30. That 10-cent quarter horse Grand High 5, $34.69. Relentless Annie ran 5th. 16.885 seconds. Fast track, and there was no win. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card. Special night coming up on Saturday, off tomorrow. First Flow Road TV open for simulcast wagering. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Next live race card. Thoroughbred and a quarter horse finale on Saturday for Empire of Hope Night. Raising awareness and funding for Racehorse Aftercare. Hope you can join us for Empire of Hope Night. That's Saturday. First race will be off at 5:10 p.m. Eastern. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley for now, saying goodnight. Off in the Thursday finale. Sharp start for Dragon Dynasty. Right there is Delightful D in the middle. Here's a bid by JY Bravo inside the final 220. Here's the inside is Dragon Dynasty, chased by Delightful D. Dragon Dynasty, Delightful D, it's down to them. Dragon Dynasty prevailing over Delightful D. Flying Cowgirl